to create something unique. A masterpiece of art in its own right, precious, intuitive, and of lasting value. That has been the guiding principle and passion of Carlo, Jean, Rembrandt, and Ettore Bugatti. According to the ingenious founder Ettore, every Bugatti had to be a holistic masterpiece in art, form, and technique, thus creating automotive legends like the Bugatti Type 35, the Royale, and the iconic Atlantic. From both a technical and aesthetic point of view, the Bugatti Veyron was the company's latest masterpiece, with breathtaking performance and of striking beauty. Now, it's time to move forward and to see the next step. The Bugatti Chiron.
Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs. Bienvenue chez Bugatti. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bugatti. You know, here in the headquarters of Molsheim is the place where all the magic originates. Today I want to show you something special. But before I come to this car, let me show you what we've gotten here. Within the following 3.5 years, we have presented unique and exclusive cars. The Devo successfully reinvented Bugatti's long-standing coach-building tradition for the modern era, with its futuristic design and its different personality and driving performance. La Voiture Noire, an homage to the era of Ettore and John Bugatti. It is the true definition of automotive haute couture, the ideal Gran Turismo. The 110, inspired by Bugatti's Italian intermezzo at Camporegliano, a modern interpretation of the EB 110, projecting the fascination of the 90s into the modern age. We also took care of the Chiron family. At its core, the Chiron is the perfect symbiosis of apparent opposites that no other car manages to combine. Excellence and comfort, materiality and easiness to drive together with absolute performance. But there's a wide range of performance, a spectrum. And we decided to develop the Chiron into the two extremes of the spectrum. On one side, the Chiron Pure Sport, a vehicle geared towards maximal lateral acceleration, an uncompromised and pure driving machine with less weight, more downforce, and even sportier chassis. Sensational acceleration and extraordinarily precise handling. On the other side, the Chiron Super Sport 300 Plus, smashing the 300-mile barrier as the first road-going car ever. Less drag without losing downforce at high speeds for maximum longitudinal acceleration and top speed. The last 3 years have been also the most successful ones in financial terms. We achieved the best financial year of the company's modern history, not only once, but 3 years in a row. Our financial strategy has worked out. We are financially rock solid, and it allowed us to create, produce, and deliver more exciting, unique cars than ever before in the history of Bugatti. Being at the pinnacle of the automotive industry requires a team of dedicated experts acting with teamwork, passion, and know-how. For example, in our atelier, where know-how and craftsmanship go into every single Bugatti.
Indeed, the production of each Bugatti is a matter of teamwork. Processes are going hand in hand and skills completing each other. Today, we have the most diverse lineup in the modern history. We are used to having a huge diversity, as not one Bugatti is like another. We tackle the challenge with determination and enthusiasm. Each new project is a challenge, and we are all proud to see the projects come on the life and onto the streets, like our latest model, which we are about to present. The Supersport name was always reserved for the most outstanding performance-oriented driving machines, producing a famous line of ancestors. With the Type 55 Supersport, Bugatti produced its first Supersport in 1932. The Gran Turismo combined thoroughbred racing car technology with the comfort of a coupe for the first time. The Bugatti EB110 Supersport in the 90s set new standards in terms of technology and performance. And it also set a large list of speed records, reaching a top speed of 351 km/h. The Veyron Supersport broke the production car speed record with 431 km/h, again making a Bugatti the fastest production car in the world. And in summer 2019, we pushed the limits once more. With the Chiron Supersport 300 Plus, we were the first to break the 300 mph barrier, reaching an incredible speed of 490 km/h.
These records were not only achieved by the cars, but also by the drivers. Drivers who drove the record, but also worked intensively on the development to shape the characters and capabilities of those iconic models. Drivers like Andy Wallace, Pierre-Henri Raffanel and Loris Bicocchi.
For me, the Supersport has been always the top of the line.
I mean, I agree. But even with the EB110, Pierre, 30 years ago, in 1991, we did 351 kph.
Fast.
And the car was really fast at that time.
You think you were fast, Loris, but I mean, when you have a look to that car, we went to 431 kilometer average.
Okay, but guys, as fast as you were in these cars, what about the car over there? 490 kilometers an hour. That's fast.
That's super fast, Andy, but you have to admit, it's also a special edition.
We couldn't leave the Chiron family without a Supersport. So we set ourselves the task to develop a car next to the limited edition world record car. The Chiron Supersport is visually and technically inspired by the record-breaking 300 Plus, a real gifted character.
Mon amour, joyeux anniversaire. Ne le déballe pas, mais rejoins-moi avec à notre restaurant préféré à 13h. Je t'aime. Romy.
On va pas déjeuner?
Après un petit détour à l'aérodrome. T'es prêt?
With the Chiron Supersport, we are following our long tradition of combining extreme high speeds with absolute excellence. The Supersport is the ultimate Gran Turismo, offering a whole new dimension of the Bugatti experience. The Chiron Supersport concentrates the essence of what we have learned and developed over the past few years, with substantial improvements in all dimensions: design, aerodynamics, power delivery, and longitudinal performance, optimized for brutal performance in total control and comfort. Drag and downforce in perfect harmony to improve performance and stability even beyond 420 kilometers per hour. Now I invite our chief designer, Achim Anscheit, to tell us how design and performance go hand in hand. Welcome, Achim.
Danke. Merci, Stefan.
The Chiron Supersport is, from a stylistic point of view, very much a straightforward example of our Bugatti design philosophy: form following performance, or maybe better in this case, form following longitudinal performance. So let me take you to a handful of areas on this car behind me where you can actually observe that. When you look towards the front of the car, you notice the slightly angrier looking Chiron, and you also notice those kind of voluptuous cheeks left and right in the corners. I think they give quite a sexy automotive stance into the frontal appearance, but they also serve a special technical function. We call them air curtains, and they control the airflow around the wheel arch, and it's extremely important to get those right, because every mistake that is made here is pretty much an aerodynamic catastrophe then along the side of the car. So that's why these are very purpose-driven and very important for the function of the Supersport. Looking on top of the fender, you see these peculiar venting holes. Now, for cars that go above 400 kilometers an hour, it is crucial and important to keep a neutral balance between downforce and lift around the front axle. And that's exactly what those holes are controlling. But as you can also see, it is a nice little romantic quote to the EB 110. And when we go a little bit further towards the side, you see a design of our new ultralight aluminum wheel, especially created for the Supersport. But now I'd like to take you towards the rear end of the car, where I think that is the most significant and important area of the Supersport. The stylistic heart and soul is without a doubt its character with a long tail sculpture. Now, as you can see, we added some 200 millimeter to the original rear end of the Chiron, and this is leading to a smaller and reduced aerodynamic tear-off end of this car, and this is creating a much better drag coefficient, and that is vital to go with speeds above 400 kilometers per hour. Now, downforce then is less created with the huge wing on top of the car, but much more with the diffuser area, and therefore the exhaust manifold was redesigned all the way towards the outside of a maximum performance diffuser, creating these 4 vertical pods that you see behind the car, and they are actually one of my favorite details. So, in a nutshell, the Chiron Supersport's beauty lies really within the raw, authentic translation of its pure technical aesthetics. And they are in balance to something that is stylistically inherent to all modern-day Bugattis, a distinct, precious value of its proportional elegance.
Ladies and gentlemen, together as a team here in Molsheim and around the world, we create the most extraordinary experience for Bugatti drivers and fans of the brand. And Bugatti never stands still. Our driving heart will lead us to ever new and exciting destinations. In the meantime, dear audience, I hope we are able to give you something to look forward to, and that you will be able to experience the Bugatti brand and the Chiron Supersport up close in the future. To see it, to feel it, and now also to hear it. Vive la marque!
I remember the time when fearless pioneers defied the laws of physics, both in the air and on land. The thrill of speed, the pursuit of perfection, pushed these men towards the limits, always higher, always faster. Men with passion. They've become legends, and the legends live on.
piece of this car that we'll look at today is this, the speed key. So if 380 is not fast enough for you, using this key you can lift that limit up to 420, and it's very easy to do. Pop the key into the holder, turn the key. The car is now going through a checking system to make sure it's safe to go 420, and once it's happy, it's now done so it's written top speed on the dash. We're now free to do 420. And off we go. Gentle touch on the brake pedal, and all of that speed is just bled away as if it wasn't there. So that's 420 kilometers an hour, easy, stable, secure. I really hope you've enjoyed watching this. There's loads more fascinating things I could tell you about the Chiron, but maybe next time.
Monterey Historic Week is a fantastic week for car enthusiasts around the world. So basically it's where everybody meets, everybody comes from across the globe just to meet there, to discuss about the industry, talk about their new creations, and just actually have fun with their cars. And this year for the first time, not only the Lycan, but the Finier Super Sport to be showcased in the US for the first time.
we created the first Arabian supercar.
The Lycan was leading the way as the hypercar of the century.
People ask me, how can you justify a $3.4 million car? It's like a painting, but just on wheels.
One of the rarest cars in the world.
It is the youngest car to ever be certified as a collector's item. W Motors and the Lycan Hypersport finally made it as part of history.
But it's only the beginning.
The earth will shake violently, trees will be uprooted, mountains will fall and all lines will snap. And Veneer will finally be free.
This is the best in the world with a design very special, very unique.
It's really a pure performance machine. It got incredible reviews from all around the world.
This is a dream that is becoming a reality.
And you know that once again, people are wowed about this creation.
Benny Caiola è stato il nostro primo cliente, ma soprattutto un grande amico. La Guaira BC è la tua macchina, te la dedico col cuore.
centuries ago, a newfound spirit of discovery inspired mankind to broaden its horizons. Art, anatomy, architecture, engineering, nature. Not one field was left untouched in this new approach of universal thinking.
Il concetto rinascimentale.
I have always embraced a concept borrowed from the Renaissance, embodied in a sentence by the great Leonardo da Vinci over 500 years ago. Art and science are disciplines that must walk together hand in hand. The creative team at Pagani Automobili merges the artistic and technical disciplines in their everyday work. For the past decade, the Pagani Zonda has been critically acclaimed by the automotive media, opinion leaders and car enthusiasts all over the world. It was clear from the start that the next Pagani would not be a replacement of the Zonda, carrying over its race car character. A new breed had to be born, from a new inspiration.
Il concetto di questa nuova macchina
The concept of this new car was inspired by the fascination of flight, by the elements air and wind. It was our goal to transform these somewhat intangible aspects into a material creation. When you talk about cars, wind and air are terms normally only used when it comes to the aerodynamic aspects. But with the Pagani Huayra, wind was the theme that would also draw the aesthetic lines of the car and reflect its character. The Huayra is aggressive, but elegant. The Huayra is dominated by two characteristic lines, modeling the waistline inspired by shapes created in nature by the strength of the winds. The strength of the line along its path culminates when it reaches the dramatic air intakes to end gracefully in the tail lamp assembly. The styling of the Pagani Huayra was perfected over the course of 5 years. 8 scale models and 2 full-scale models highlight the subtle changes during the delicate research. Pagani Automobili's know-how in advanced composites has matured for almost 3 decades. The characteristics of weight and stiffness of the composites used in production made the Pagani vehicles strong and light. Safety of the occupants is a primary aspect for us when we design and build a component. The central monocoque is made in a carbo-titanium composite, a material that offers the rigidity and low weight characteristics of carbon fiber and makes sure that during an impact with stresses beyond the point of fracture, the titanium holds the parts together. Another key element of safety is the position of the fuel tank and its protection. The Pagani Huayra hides its fuel tank deep within the chassis, protected by a layer of ballistic composites. The fuel lines are immediately shut when an impact is detected, reducing the risk of fire. Near the town of Modena, the company Asper has created a new division with Pagani Automobili to produce over 1,000 of the Huayra's components. What happens here is a ballet of perfection. Even the car's name tag positioned on the rear bumper is carved in a 24-hour process from a solid block of aluminium. It's the Pagani way of reassuring its customers that their cars are built to their own standards, exceeding the highest in the industry. A crown jewel of the Mercedes-AMG V12 is also born in these laboratories. A part so complex that it requires 5 days of machining and finishing. This car required an engine that would reflect the spirit we wanted to give, and AMG immediately understood our requirements, that there was more than just power and torque figures we were after, the noise and power delivery, allowing for an experience similar to a jet unleashing all its power the moment before takeoff. One man, one engine. Skilled master mechanics individually handcraft each engine. A commitment to Mercedes-AMG's tradition of precision and quality. A dry sump lubrication with 2 scavenge pumps, developed to withstand sustained lateral acceleration of over 1.7 G. With more than 700 horsepower and over 1,000 Newton-meters of torque on a car that weighs less than 1,400 kilograms, it's vital that the engine responds to the slightest input made by the driver's right foot. The design of the turbocharger and intake system is a result of the drivability requirements, and the turbocharged V12 in the Pagani Huayra features the immediate throttle response of a normally aspirated engine. Once an AMG engine is built, it's signed off by the master mechanic before being installed at the engine dyno, where tests guarantee that the power plant fully meets the power characteristics and operational requirements. An efficient engine requires an efficient exhaust system, and the exhaust for the Pagani Huayra combines cutting-edge design with state-of-the-art engineering. Pagani Automobili went to MHG Group for the task, a company with over 20 years of experience in creating the most demanding Formula One exhaust systems. A specific grade of titanium alloy sheet is chosen to be bended and laser welded to form a tube. To create the distinctive elliptical shape of the Huayra's muffler, the tube is positioned in a large hydro tool, where high-pressure liquid makes it expand into the mold. The hydro-formed part, tubes and interiors are then assembled by hand to become the final muffler. The assembled muffler is polished before it's given the signature dark blue shine with a high-temperature treatment. After the Pagani signature has been sandblasted, the parts are ready for the final assembly on the jig, again by hand. Once assembled, the complete exhaust assembly weighs at less than 10 kilograms and stands as an automotive piece of art by itself. The general shape resembles a wing to counter natural lift and make the car as aerodynamically neutral as possible, allowing the Huayra to reach 370 kilometers per hour. Top speed, however, never was a priority for Pagani. The focus is on dynamic driving situations. The Huayra features active aerodynamics. A control unit monitors the behavior of the car, reading the values for speed, steering angle, lateral and longitudinal acceleration, and yaw rate. In milliseconds, the system determines which of the 4 wheels requires additional downforce to balance the car, and individually actuates 4 aerodynamic surfaces. The system also works under emergency braking from high speed, raising the aerodynamic surfaces as air brakes and assisting the work of the Brembo carbon ceramic brakes. The 380mm diameter CCM brake discs for the Pagani Huayra are manufactured exclusively at the Brembo plant in Stezzano. In this high-tech environment, the world's most innovative braking solutions are developed. Packed with technology deriving from aerospace, the brake discs are lighter, more than 30% compared to similar cast iron units. The brake disc is machined, final quality controlled, and assembled with the remaining components required by the Brembo's patented fixing system. Pagani automobiles are not the classic case of form following function, but neither are they the other way round. The leather for the Huayra, produced at Dani Leather's production plant near Vicenza in northern Italy, is a perfect example of Pagani's focus on tailored cars. Specific colors and textures can be created according to the customer's wishes. In a laboratory, the leather of choice needs to pass a series of severe tests before it's released for the use on an automotive application. Being a natural product, leather is subject to slight alterations over time, and the customer of the Huayra has a guarantee that his spares can be faithfully reproduced to match the interior of his car. Tailor-made to the customer's precise requests, the interior of the Pagani Huayra is designed to make each journey a memorable one, spent in an exclusive environment. Continuing Pagani's tradition of paying homage to past eras in automotive history, the Huayra features details such as leather latches, tracing their roots back to the race cars of Horacio Pagani's mentor, Juan Manuel Fangio. Everything, down to the smallest switch, has been designed and created specifically for the Huayra. All aluminium parts are machined from a block, like a sculpture is born from a block of marble. We create the parts of the interior from blocks of aluminium, from carbon fiber, and other refined materials, such as natural leather, materials that tell a story by themselves. In the creation of every one of these parts, there is obviously a great deal of technology and precision involved, but none of the parts would be able to be appreciated by the mere fact of having been made by the best CNC tool available. An object is able to transmit emotions when there are the manual skills involved. The genius from the head being expressed through skilled hands, passion, heart. Only then does an object come to life, is given a soul, and is able to tell a story. Centuries ago, a newfound spirit of discovery inspired mankind to broaden its horizons. Art, anatomy, architecture, engineering, nature. Not one field was left untouched in this new approach of universal thinking.
rinascimentale.
I have always embraced a concept borrowed from the Renaissance, embodied in a sentence by the great Leonardo da Vinci over 500 years ago. Art and science are disciplines that must walk together hand in hand. The creative team at Pagani Automobili merges the artistic and technical disciplines in their everyday work. For the past decade, the Pagani Zonda has been critically acclaimed by the automotive media, opinion leaders and car enthusiasts all over the world. It was clear from the start that the next Pagani would not be a replacement of the Zonda, carrying over its race car character. A new breed had to be born, from a new inspiration.
Il concetto di questa nuova macchina
The concept of this new car was inspired by the fascination of flight, by the elements air and wind. It was our goal to transform these somewhat intangible aspects into a material creation. When you talk about cars, wind and air are terms normally only used when it comes to the aerodynamic aspects. But with the Pagani Huayra, wind was the theme that would also draw the aesthetic lines of the car and reflect its character. The Huayra is aggressive, but elegant. The Huayra is dominated by two characteristic lines, modeling the waistline inspired by shapes created in nature by the strength of the winds. The strength of the line along its path culminates when it reaches the dramatic air intakes to end gracefully in the tail lamp assembly. The styling of the Pagani Huayra was perfected over the course of 5 years. 8 scale models and 2 full-scale models highlight the subtle changes during the delicate research. Pagani Automobili's know-how in advanced composites has matured for almost 3 decades. The characteristics of weight and stiffness of the composites used in production made the Pagani vehicles strong and light. Safety of the occupants is a primary aspect for us when we design and build a component. The central monocoque is made in a carbo-titanium composite, a material that offers the rigidity and low weight characteristics of carbon fiber and makes sure that during an impact with stresses beyond the point of fracture, the titanium holds the parts together. Another key element of safety is the position of the fuel tank and its protection. The Pagani Huayra hides its fuel tank deep within the chassis, protected by a layer of ballistic composites. The fuel lines are immediately shut when an impact is detected, reducing the risk of fire. Near the town of Modena, the company Asper has created a new division with Pagani Automobili to produce over 1,000 of the Huayra's components. What happens here is a ballet of perfection. Even the car's name tag positioned on the rear bumper is carved in a 24-hour process from a solid block of aluminium. It's the Pagani way of reassuring its customers that their cars are built to their own standards, exceeding the highest in the industry. A crown jewel of the Mercedes-AMG V12 is also born in these laboratories. A part so complex that it requires 5 days of machining and finishing. This car required an engine that would reflect the spirit we wanted to give, and AMG immediately understood our requirements, that there was more than just power and torque figures we were after, the noise and power delivery, allowing for an experience similar to a jet unleashing all its power the moment before takeoff. One man, one engine. Skilled master mechanics individually handcraft each engine, a commitment to Mercedes-AMG's tradition of precision and quality. A dry sump lubrication with 2 scavenge pumps developed to withstand sustained lateral acceleration of over 1.7 G. With more than 700 horsepower and over 1,000 Newton-meters of torque on a car that weighs less than 1,400 kilograms, it's vital that the engine responds to the slightest input made by the driver's right foot. The design of the turbocharger and intake system is a result of the drivability requirements, and the turbocharged V12 in the Pagani Huayra features the immediate throttle response of a normally aspirated engine. Once an AMG engine is built, it's signed off by the master mechanic before being installed at the engine dyno, where tests guarantee that the power plant fully meets the power characteristics and operational requirements. An efficient engine requires an efficient exhaust system, and the exhaust for the Pagani Huayra combines cutting-edge design with state-of-the-art engineering. Pagani Automobili went to MHG Group for the task, a company with over 20 years of experience in creating the most demanding Formula One exhaust systems. A specific grade of titanium alloy sheet is chosen to be bended and laser welded to form a tube. To create the distinctive elliptical shape of the Huayra's muffler, the tube is positioned in a large hydro tool, where high-pressure liquid makes it expand into the mold. The hydro-formed part, tubes and interiors are then assembled by hand to become the final muffler. The assembled muffler is polished before it's given the signature dark blue shine with a high-temperature treatment. After the Pagani signature has been sandblasted, the parts are ready for the final assembly on the jig, again by hand. Once assembled, the complete exhaust assembly weighs at less than 10 kilograms and stands as an automotive piece of art by itself. The general shape resembles a wing to counter natural lift and make the car as aerodynamically neutral as possible, allowing the Huayra to reach 370 kilometers per hour. Top speed, however, never was a priority for Pagani. The focus is on dynamic driving situations. The Huayra features active aerodynamics. A control unit monitors the behavior of the car, reading the values for speed, steering angle, lateral and longitudinal acceleration, and yaw rate. In milliseconds, the system determines which of the 4 wheels requires additional downforce to balance the car, and individually actuates 4 aerodynamic surfaces. The system also works under emergency braking from high speed, raising the aerodynamic surfaces as air brakes and assisting the work of the Brembo carbon ceramic brakes. The 380mm diameter CCM brake discs for the Pagani Huayra are manufactured exclusively at the Brembo plant in Stezzano. In this high-tech environment, the world's most innovative braking solutions are developed. Packed with technology deriving from aerospace, the brake discs are lighter, more than 30% compared to similar cast iron units. The brake disc is machined, final quality controlled, and assembled with the remaining components required by the Brembo's patented fixing system. Pagani automobiles are not the classic case of form following function, but neither are they the other way round. The leather for the Huayra, produced at Dani Leather's production plant near Vicenza in northern Italy, is a perfect example of Pagani's focus on tailored cars. Specific colors and textures can be created according to the customer's wishes. In a laboratory, the leather of choice needs to pass a series of severe tests before it's released for the use on an automotive application. Being a natural product, leather is subject to slight alterations over time, and the customer of the Huayra has a guarantee that his spares can be faithfully reproduced to match the interior of his car. Tailor-made to the customer's precise requests, the interior of the Pagani Huayra is designed to make each journey a memorable one, spent in an exclusive environment. Continuing Pagani's tradition of paying homage to past eras in automotive history, the Huayra features details such as leather latches, tracing their roots back to the race cars of Horacio Pagani's mentor, Juan Manuel Fangio. Everything, down to the smallest switch, has been designed and created specifically for the Huayra. All aluminium parts are machined from a block, like a sculpture is born from a block of marble. We create the parts of the interior from blocks of aluminium, from carbon fiber, and other refined materials, such as natural leather, materials that tell a story by themselves. In the creation of every one of these parts, there is obviously a great deal of technology and precision involved, but none of the parts would be able to be appreciated by the mere fact of having been made by the best CNC tool available. An object is able to transmit emotions when there are the manual skills involved. The genius from the head being expressed through skilled hands, passion, heart. Only then does an object come to life, is given a soul, and is able to tell a story.
Il progetto della Roadster VC nasce, direi, in un modo abbastanza curioso. Stranamente abbiamo incominciato a ricevere degli acconti con la descrizione Roadster VC, perciò 1, 2, 3 si sono sommati parecchi. Analizzando questo forte desiderio dei clienti, abbiamo con molto più entusiasmo, con molta più responsabilità affrontato questo progetto.
Horacio took me aside and said, "Lorenzo, we've got to build the most powerful Pagani car we've ever made, but weighing only 1,250 kilograms.
Avevamo l'obiettivo di fare... Our goal was a hypercar as light as a Ford Fiesta. And clearly, the only way we were able to save weight was by painstakingly assessing every one of its components, obviously without compromising on either functionality or comfort.
Una prima scelta è stata quella di incorporare già da questo modello e non dal prossimo il nuovo motore Pagani V12.
The new Pagani V12 engine was one of the pioneering features of this model, originally created in 2015 for the C10 project, but we preferred to use it straight on to provide our customers with an even better driving experience.
It's got a double throttle body, 4 increased intercoolers, 2 turbochargers, and the latest generation electronics. We were able to develop this engine thanks to the passion and commitment of our technical partner, AMG, with which we've been hard at work for the past 4 years on 7 different prototypes.
Oh, the collaboration between Pagani and AMG is about 20 years old now. The workflow with Horacio is always challenging, because he's always asking for more and more, higher revs, higher power output. We try to achieve everything what he would like to have in the car. We share the same attitude, so to speak. So we are always challenging the status quo. Horacio is always challenging the status quo, and together we achieve a high level, I think, so far. It's 800 horsepower, 1,000 Newton-meter of torque, and I think a great drivability, which is very important for a lightweight car. So it's a great piece of art, the car overall and the engine as well.
Thanks to the impressive increase in the responsiveness of the Pagani V12 engine, we were able to work on the 7-ratio transmission developed with X-Track and achieve 30% to 50% faster shift time, depending on the driving mode selected. Use of a new triple plate clutch, lighter by 4 kilograms, helped us to obtain this result. Since this was a prevalently racetrack-oriented project, aerodynamics were a major factor of the design development. We wanted to obtain 500 kilograms downforce at 280 kilometers per hour. And with such a large flat undertray, this could have been easily achieved by simply lowering the ground clearance of the vehicle. But this would have been very dangerous, since the likely changes in aerodynamic lift caused by unevenness of the road could have resulted in potentially unpredictable driving dynamics.
We decided to generate increased downforce by working on the internal aerodynamics. This also allowed us to enhance heat exchange efficiency by mounting new radiators. We tried out different splitters seated flush with the front undertray so as to reduce turbulence and improve the airflow to the rear air channels.
The cutting-edge features introduced included a 6 exhaust pipe system, thus 2 more exhaust tips than the Pagani Iconic 4. After having covered thousands of kilometers on the test track to assess the general aerodynamics of the car, we optimized certain details so as to halve the section of the rear wing and reduce drag.
Riducendo così anche la resistenza aerodinamica.
Composite materials science leaves designers free to create materials with the desired characteristics, obviously within the technical limits, and obtain specific results as to their mechanical, thermal, acoustic, and aesthetic properties. This is why we have more than 40 types of raw materials which we use differently, depending on the type of component and its specific function. Out-and-out research into ways to lighten the vehicle led us to develop sensational materials like Carbo Triax HP62 and Carbo Titanium HP62 G2, allowing us to increase torsional rigidity by 12% and bending stiffness by 20%.
per unità di materiale.
We wanted to counterbalance this purely technical part with rather a vintage-looking style, inspired by the racing cars of the 70s, by the cars which have always inspired Mr. Pagani. We opted for extremely fine materials, very natural, thus pleasant to touch, nice to feel, smooth, but alternated by workmanship techniques we had never attempted before.
alcune parti sono cambiate.
Thus, certain parts were changed, parts which we had maybe always been used to covering with leather and which were now replaced by carbon fiber elements, like the floor mats, like the ones in race cars. Obviously soundproofed, because we certainly didn't want to skimp on comfort, even in such a performance-oriented vehicle.
Orientata prettamente alle prestazioni.
One of the car's most important signature features, a gem of the interiors, is the custom-designed shift knob, created by coupling together wood and carbon fiber. A little tribute to the cars of the past, like the Le Mans race cars of the 70s, when balsa was often used.
La configurazione esterna della vettura, quindi la verniciatura.
We intentionally characterized the car exterior with a paint job that included details reminiscent of the charm of certain vintage race cars. This is why we opted for these red and white lines. We wanted to include what was a typical feature of the cars that raced on the circuits of those times. Hence the number, which, in this case, is merely a reference to the past. We decided on 20. As a tribute to the 20th anniversary of the Zonda, the very first car of the Pagani Atelier.
Che ha da poco compiuto 20 anni. Ogni forma.
Every shape has been painstakingly studied, every radius, every curve. Everything has been designed as though the car had to be displayed in living rooms or museums.
We worked on developments along with Pirelli for over a year and a half, during which we tested combinations of 22 different types of compound, so as to choose the best configuration for car stability, until we came up with the perfect tyre for this vehicle, the P0 Trofeo R tyre.
This partnership between Pirelli and Pagani goes back a long time. Pirelli and Pagani have been working together for over 10 years. They're partners, but more than anything else, they share a very important outlook. They are passionate about what they do.
I'd say that our dealings go beyond those of a typical customer-supplier relationship. It's almost like a friendship. From the moment we decided to launch the Huayra BC, we practically started thinking about a new challenge. Horacio began sending me WhatsApp messages at night, describing the characteristics of the new car, so we could lay the groundwork for the new tires.
Horacio always poses challenges. Whenever we work together, we are always faced by new limits to be overcome. We appreciate this, because in the tire world, Pirelli has this inborn outlook, packed with innovative drive, product focus, the desire to outdo, and always do more. And Horacio is a master at putting us to the test.
È una bella leva che ci permette di metterci alla prova.
Ogni macchina per noi è una sfida, cioè una sfida impressionante che ci coinvolge, che ci dà energia, ma nello stesso tempo ci fa anche soffrire quando non arrivano le idee. Alla fine siamo molto critici con il nostro lavoro e difficilmente ci innamoriamo subito di quello che facciamo, anzi delle volte lo guardiamo con molto distacco per mantenere l'oggettività.
Sometimes, when we think we're at the end and we're all satisfied with the result, Mr. Pagani arrives in the office the next morning and says, "Listen, I came up with an idea yesterday evening. Let's try it out." And so we start again from scratch.
E quindi ricominciamo e proviamo a rivolvere il tutto.
Our greatest reward is to admire the car in silence because it speaks for itself.
La motivazione
Motivation at work and when facing challenges is clearly founded on our passionate involvement with these projects, but also on our strong sense of responsibility towards the customers, towards our fans.
verso i clienti e verso i nostri fan.
Pensano che la chiave del Rinascimento sia stata l'intellettualità manuale, la mente che pensa, che crea, e poi in questo passaggio alle mani, che sono quelli che seguono, c'è il valore aggiunto del cuore, della passione. E i miei colleghi pagani utilizzano questo metodo per dare l'input alle mani, per eseguire le loro idee. Non posso affermare che le nostre auto siano perfette. Probabilmente sono le migliori costruite con le mani. Questo è veramente un luogo sacro per un appassionato di automobili. È una pista veloce, tecnica, difficile e che da sempre separa il grano dall'olio, sia per quanto riguarda l'uomo, sia per quanto riguarda la macchina. Un circuito che ha fatto diventare veloci i più veloci. Un circuito che ha dato luogo a lotte accanite fra avversari, fra gentiluomini, che ha visto vittorie dolci e le tragedie anche più amare. Un circuito della Emilia Romagna, di questa terra, di questa motor valley, di questa terra dei motori, che è una terra che ha dato tantissimo al mondo dell'automobilismo, che ha dato tanto anche
alla Pagani. Imola è perciò una parte importantissima di questa nuova vettura, di questa vettura laboratorio, appunto, di questa Pagani Imola.
Rolls-Royce makes me confident. Driving a Rolls-Royce, you cannot compare it with any other car. My name is Jihan and I drive a Phantom. Phantom is the crown of the rest. Everything else comes under Phantom. Phantom, it is the brand. The word of bespoke is my favorite. When you get into bespoke world inside Rolls-Royce, first of all, makes you so special. The beauty of the design, beauty of these cars, different level of luxury, different level of design. Rolls-Royce is my canvas. Rolls-Royce, it is my canvas because I'm doing lots of design around Rolls-Royce. Phantom, it is a piece of art. And it's going to stay there forever.
I like the way it looks from the front because it has this slightly aggressive touch.
This car with all those features, it's still like a smartphone with games, with apps on it.
Ich glaube, es ist die Verantwortung gegenüber unseren Kindern und deswegen fahre ich elektrisch mit Begeisterung.
We would never switch to petrol again because I think this is the answer that we should follow everywhere.
Und freue mich gigantisch auf das neue Model 3.
I don't see it as a replacement for this car. I think the Model 3 will be more a day-to-day use car that we'll use for shopping and going to the stores.
It's a much more fitting car for our region. We don't have streets that big and parking lots that big.
Nein! Geil!
So, lol.
Learn to drive it. Me? Yes. Oh, Lord.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God!
Wow!
Oh, that's much better than just looking at photos. Oh, it's so fluent. Oh, I like it. That's cool.
Lovely.
It is.
Oh, it's great.
Nice. Well, it's a beastie kind of car, you know? It's a fun car. It's a sportive car.
It feels good. It still feels like a Tesla.
I think I see now why some other manufacturers are afraid of this car coming to Europe.
It's some sort of a pioneer work with electric cars. I love it.
I wouldn't expect it to have so much space for me as a tall person.
It's just great. It's a fantastic car.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Fremont, California. We're out here at the test track of our Fremont factory, just a few meters away from where we actually build all of our Tesla vehicles. We're super excited to have you all here. In fact, almost 9 years ago, on June 22nd, 2012, we had our first Model S delivery event right over there in the factory. So we've come a long way in a few years. We set out to design, engineer, and manufacture the best car in the planet, and we've been working tirelessly every day to try to make that happen. And tonight, we're going to show you the next best version of Model S. And I brought this along because we might be breaking a few records. But more about that later. So let's get Elon out here and have him show you how we made the best car in the world.
The Model S. This is an ambitious goal to create a whole new kind of car. A lot of Wall Street is betting Tesla can't get it done.
All right, thanks for coming and thanks for tuning in. So, as Franz was saying, this is 9 years since we delivered the first Model S, the first car produced here in Fremont, so almost a decade. And I think we're really taken it to a whole new level with Plaid. Some of you may know that, I mean, basically our product plan is stolen from Spaceballs. So we've gone Plaid speed. So what we really wanted to achieve here is like, well, why make this really fast car that's crazy fast and everything? And I think there is something that's quite important to the future of sustainable energy, which is that we got to show that an electric car is the best car, hands down. You know, so it's got to be clear. It's like, man, this is sustainable energy cars. It can be the fastest cars, can be the safest cars, can be the most kick-ass cars in every way. And that's why we did the Plaid. It's just to show hands down, this is the way to go. So, yes. Pressing slide. There we go. All right. So, we've made huge improvements from the original car. Well, actually, who here, has anyone here, probably some have, bought the early Model S, like the, yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your support. You can see the huge improvements we've made. So, and it started off with good performance, but now with Plaid, we've managed to break the 2-second barrier, if you will. No production car has ever done 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. And this is a 4-door car, seats 5 adults, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, you know, this thing is moving. I mean, this is like what I call like limit of physics engineering. It's not relative engineering. It's like, what does physics say we can do? Because physics is the law and everything else is a recommendation. So, in addition to a crazy performance, it's also got a longer range. Even with the tri-motor high performance, it's got almost a 400-mile range. And in the dual motor configuration, it's got a 412-mile range. So, 420, give or take. So, that joke will never end. So, and we've also improved the supercharging speed, so you can get 187 miles of range in 15 minutes. So. Yeah, so quickest production car, to be clear, of any kind ever made, like I said, first to ever break the 2-second barrier. Later tonight, you'll get a chance to drive around the track, and like this is really something you have to feel to believe, because it hits you right in the limbic system. It's like, damn, like, whoa, yeah. It is basically, what is the car that we can, how can we make a spaceship a car, you know? So, hello. Let's see. Yep. And then in terms of additional stats, it's also the fastest production car to complete a quarter mile, so 9.23 seconds. It's got a 200 mile an hour top speed, over 1,000 horsepower, almost 400-mile range. Like I said, charges so fast, it'll be probably done by the time you have a coffee, basically. And talking about some of the sort of details behind it. So we have an all-new battery pack. And then something we're really proud of is the new carbon-sleeved rotors for the motor. So this is the first time that to the best of our knowledge, there's been a production electric motor that has a carbon overwrapped rotor. So this is a super hard thing to do because carbon and copper have at very different rates of thermal expansion. So in order to do a carbon overwrapped rotor, you've got to wind it at extremely high tension. It's a very hard thing to do. We actually had to design the machine that makes the rotor. So no such machine existed before. It also means we can have the electromagnetic field be super efficient and have a tight gap even at super high RPM. And it's single speed from 0 to 200 miles an hour. So it's just, the RPM is so crazy that just the centrifugal force wants to expand the rotor. So the carbon overwrap actually holds the rotor, basically holds the rotor together. It's like madness. So, yeah. So let's see. In fact, we're going to show you the motor. In fact, you might have had a chance to see the drive unit. And we can go closer. I mean, this is really an amazing work of engineering. Yeah. There's just never been an electric motor like this. I mean, you can pick this motor up with your hands, and it can accelerate a 2-ton car to 60 miles an hour in 2 seconds. I mean, that kind of power to weight is insane. Yeah. So it goes, it goes up to 20,000 RPM and maybe a little more. So we also were able to achieve the lowest drag coefficient of any car ever made. So, yeah. So really, I think Tesla engineering has outdone itself here. This is a car that looks good, but also gets an incredible drag coefficient. And this is the true drag coefficient of the car, including with wheels in motion. Sometimes you'll hear drag coefficients quoted, but that'll be without the wheels moving. And the wheels cause sort of air churn and incremental drag. And this is the actual drag coefficient of the car. So it's to have a good-looking sports car, have that low drag coefficient is really tough. So we also have the latest and greatest in heat pump, which is basically the HVAC system for the car. It's 30% better cold weather range and requires 50% less energy for cabin heating in freezing conditions. Yeah, so you'll see very little degradation in cold weather. And the radiator is twice as big for heat rejection. So you'll be able to actually do back-to-back 0 to 60s, go on the track, just haul ass, and as you'll see tonight, this car is just going to do over and over again, and it doesn't get winded. I think we got to take this back to maybe the Nürburgring. See what happens. And then, of course, when we first delivered the Model S, there were no superchargers anywhere in the world. So back in 2012, no superchargers anywhere. Now there are 25,000 superchargers all around the world. So, we opened 30 just in the last week. And we're just going to keep going so that you can basically travel anywhere you want with peace of mind, super easy. Keep increasing the power of the superchargers. We're 250 kilowatts. Obviously, that we'll start going to 280, 300, 350. Yeah. So. And then it's also engineered for maximum safety as well. So, in fact, this is designed to be our aspiration for this car. It still has to be tested by the US government, but we think we can get the lowest probability of injury of any car ever tested. So, in fact, these are the actual NHTSA probability of injuries numbers. All top 5 cars with the lowest probability of injuries ever tested, all 5 are Teslas. So I mean, with the Plaid Model S, what you have is a car that is faster than quicker than any sports car, and like faster than any Porsche, safer than any Volvo, in the same car. That's insane. It's like, you know, yeah. So, and then the design, we've obviously made a lot of refinements to the exterior, and then we've completely redone the interior. So I think once you drive the new Model S, it really feels like you're driving the future. And other cars are going to, especially like non-Tesla cars, are going to feel very last century. So, all new interior. As you can see, we changed the orientation of the main screen, so it's easier to watch movies and that kind of thing in landscape. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in other notes, we have ventilated front seats. So, yeah. Anyway, I think it's really. You drive around and it really feels like, okay, we're in 2021. Great. We have this yoke steering wheel, which is a little different, but I think once you try it, you'll think it's great. The visibility of the main screen is super clear, especially for autopilot. So you can see the entire panoramic view you can basically see the mind's eye of the car. Yeah, it's really cool. So. And then we've gotten rid of the stalks. So, I think generally all input is error. So we want, if you have to do something that the car could have done already, that should be taken care of. The software should just do it. So you can actually just literally walk up to the car, it senses that you're approaching, unlocks the car based on your phone. It just basically pairs with your phone, knows that you're coming to the car, opens the door, extends the handle, you sit down, and you just drive. You don't have to press the drive or anything like that. The car knows you want to drive. It figures like, yeah, good guess, you know. So, and then it's using the autopilot system to know where the obstacles are. So obviously, if there's something in front of you, you want to go backwards, and if there's something in back of you, you want to go front, most likely. And then it will adapt to your to your needs. So if it sees that you're always doing this, you're changing to reverse or forward in particular situations, it'll try to remember that and geocode it to that location. So then you won't have to do it in the future. It will just keep minimizing the amount of input that you need to do until the car just reads your mind. So it's gonna be great. Yeah. So we've redesigned the interior. We've moved the interior so that the front IP is actually slimmer and thinner. So we were able to move the front seats forward, giving more room to the back seat, and we reclined the back seat more and reduced the interior trim. So basically, the current Model S, the back seat is not amazing, but the new one, it's actually a legit back seat, I'd say. It's like it's good. So you can. I think it's quite a comfortable back seat, and you've got also a rear screen, and you can control everything from the back. Yeah. So it's got dual inductive chargers for your phones in the back and dual inductive in the front. And it's a 36-watt power supply, so you can actually charge like your laptop or anything. Basically, it's a 36-watt USB-C. Yeah. It can also pair with multiple Bluetooth devices simultaneously. So multiple people could be controlling music, or somebody could be playing a video game. So you can do multiple wireless things simultaneously. And then, similar to the Model 3 and Y, instead of having air vents, we use intersecting columns of air. And we just vary the speed of the air. So you don't have to. There's no vents that you can see, and you can just touch the screen and move the screen around, and it'll just move the air wherever you want it. And the air is much more diffuse. It just feels like an invisible air conditioning system. It's great. And it's a tri-zone, so there's a zone for the rear, and a front and left front, right front zone. And then the 17-inch touchscreen it feels like a movie theater. The sound is incredible. Yeah, so you can really, it's like a home theater experience. So if you're sitting somewhere waiting, or for whatever reason, or at a supercharger, you can just catch up on your favorite Netflix show, or iTunes, or whatever the case may be, YouTube. And of course, you can also play video games. And the same thing for the rear. So you can, it basically the system feeds all three screens, and so you can do things the front, rear. It's great. We have an all-new sound system designed by Tesla Audio, and we have acoustic glass throughout the car, so the car is very quiet when going down the highway. Even at very high speeds, like you're doing 100 miles an hour, it's still quiet. This is a Tesla-designed codec, so it will keep uploading improved versions of the sound system. It's completely software-defined, so we'll keep tweaking it and dynamically adjusting to whether you're using streaming, or whether it's coming via Bluetooth from your phone, or different streaming services. It'll actually, and if the data rate changes, it'll adapt that. So basically, it always sounds good. And that's just going to get better. So, yeah. And then we've got an all-new UI. Really want waypoints. Okay, does everybody here want waypoints? All right, fine, we'll do waypoints. God damn it. All right. 2 weeks. All right, we'll do waypoints, fine. But obviously it also interfaces with your calendar. So if you just, basically if you just get in the car and you just sort of swipe down from Navigate, you don't have to enter anything, just swipe down. The car will automatically figure out if you want to go to home, work, or what's on your calendar. So it'll default to calendar priority. And obviously, if you're at home and it's kind of a weekday or whatever, it assumes you're going to go to work. So you just swipe down, it automatically navigates to work, and checks traffic and gives you an optimal route. So it's just like a nice little easy thing. And you can actually set it to automatically generate the most probable route. So you just get in, and it's going to guess what route you want, and you don't have to press anything. Yeah. So anyway, the UI is basically easy to move around, expand, contract, shift music to the left, to the right, and we're going to keep improving it. So it basically feels like a modern tablet or phone. And then it's not PS4, it's PS5. So I think there's never been a car that has state-of-the-art computing technology, state-of-the-art infotainment, where this is literally at the level of a PlayStation 5. So, yeah, I mean, if you think about the future where the car is often in autopilot or full self-driving mode, then entertainment is going to become increasingly important. So you're going to want to watch movies, play games, use the internet, just little things you want to do if you're not driving. And this is actual PlayStation 5 level performance. So we're going to try to do a gaming demo. Yes, it can play Cyberpunk. So this is somebody playing the car right now. This is playing live. Yeah. So it's like pretty great, So have fun in the game. It's gonna be great. So, all right. So high frame rate will do 60 frames a second with state-of-the-art games. Yeah. All right, so we got incredible performance, interior of the future. I think engineering that's practically alien. So, like I said, simultaneously the safest car in the world and the fastest. This is insane. So, we also got look at some things like the power curve. So I think this really illustrates the difference. It maintains 1,000 horsepower all the way up to 200 miles an hour. This car crushes. All right. So, yes. All right, and deliveries begin now. So we're in production. We're going to deliver the first 25 cars now, and then basically we should be at several hundred cars per week soon, and 1,000 cars a week probably next quarter. So please enjoy. We put a lot of work into this. I'd like to thank the incredible work of the Tesla engineering and production teams. So like, my hat is off to Tesla engineering, production, design, the whole group. They put their heart and soul into this. So hope you enjoy it. So let's deliver some cars. All right.
Great outfit. Hey. Yes. Yeah. Well, everyone, welcome to the Tesla Design Studio, where we've held many product unveilings before. Hope you guys all have a really great time tonight. I think I've never seen so many cameras in my entire life. This is cameras everywhere. So we're going to start off by just talking a bit about how did we get here. You know, what are the things that have led to this day? What are the cars like? How did Tesla start out? How did we, you know, where were we 10, 11 years ago? What has happened over that intervening time? You know, because it occurred to me that a lot of people, they only heard about Tesla maybe a year or two ago, and you know, electric cars are kind of like taken for granted. But there was a time when electric cars seemed very stupid, and it wasn't that long ago. And the idea of creating a car company was stupid, of course, and then making an electric car company was like stupidity squared. And so let's take a look at the first car we ever made, the Tesla Roadster. Yeah. All right. It's a bit small. It's great. It's great. So the crazy thing is, if you go back 11 years today, Tesla had made one car, that car. That's serial number 1 of Tesla. So that's my car, actually. So on February 2008, we'd literally only made one car, that car. And it didn't really work very well, I have to say. It broke down a lot. And it took us another 3 months just to make the second car. And now we've made about 550,000 cars. Yeah. And after the Roadster, essentially what happened with the Roadster is we said, okay, we want to make a car, we want to really break the mold about how do people think about electric cars. Do they think about electric cars as being slow and ugly and poor performance? So we wanted to have a sports car, you know, a car that is fast, looks good, sexy, that's right. Ha-ha, ha-ha, you took the words out of my mouth. Exactly. Sexier. That's right. So the Roadster, the reason we did a sports car is we wanted to create a car that would break the mold for electric vehicles, and that would be sexy and fast and long range, and that's why we did the Roadster. You know, people say that, well, you won't be able to make a car with those specifications, and if you do, nobody will buy it. So we had to prove those two things wrong. And then after we made the Roadster, they said, okay, sure, you can make some toy sports car, but you can't make a sedan. There's no way you could compete with the luxury sedans that are gasoline, because they're the best. And there's no way you could make an electric car that's like that. So we did. Model S. Exactly. So noisy. Where are all the fumes? Where's the exhaust pipe? Where do you put the gasoline? Yeah. So we actually started designing that car in the rocket factory. So we didn't have a design studio. we took a little corner of the rocket factory, and Franz joined, and we just, with a tiny crew in a corner of the rocket factory, we designed that car. I think that car was really important because it was competing against the best of the gasoline cars. So if you can make an electric car that can beat the best of the gasoline cars, it's a very powerful statement to prove that you can go electric. So then, working on from the Model S, which by the way, in terms of where the name comes from, actually I like calling things what they are. So Roadster is called Roadster because it's a roadster. There is no good word for sedan. So we couldn't call it the sedan. It wouldn't work. Or saloon. There's just like literally no word. So the Model S stands for sedan. And this is how out of touch I was. I actually didn't realize at the time that Model S also means models. and then I had like at one point a license plate that said Model S2 because it was like the second production Model S, and it was like, and as I was walking away from my car, I said, "Wow, what a jerk! His license plate says Models 2." Yeah, I'm like, okay, better not have that license plate. So, but then going from the Model S, we said, okay, we want to make the best SUV in the world. We want to do something. We kind of got carried away actually with the Model X. We was like, let's have practically every technology and whiz-bang thing we could possibly think of. The Model X is like, as a car, it's like a Fabergé egg meets a spaceship. It's like, it was insanely difficult. But it is an amazing vehicle. Let's bring it out. Cool. Yeah. You can see a certain position forming, maybe. So the Model X, like I said, it really feels like a Fabergé egg spaceship. It's X for crossover SUV. But then after we had the Model S and Model X, I thought it'd be pretty funny if we had the Model E. But then like Ford threatened to sue us. Ford killed sex. But I said, what if we call it the Model 3? Because that's completely different from me. They said, that's fine. So we have the Model 3. Let's bring out the Model 3. That's right, exactly. Exactly, smart summon with a person. So we made the original Roadster, the Model S, the Model X, the Model 3, and then we also then made the new generation Roadster, which we'll bring in. Sweet. Hey, sure. Yeah, my man! So, yeah, here we have the original Roadster, the new Roadster. Yeah. And then, hey, how's it going? And then the Semi. Actually, the Tesla Semi drove here nonstop all the way from the Bay Area. So that Tesla Semi, a 500-mile range electric semi. I learned to actually only after naming the thing that semi has two meanings. So it's semi-sexy. So, yeah, so we're really excited about bringing those products to market. So that's sort of talking about our products. But then the factories are as much the product, if not more, than the vehicles themselves. In fact, I really think like the difficulty and value of manufacturing is underappreciated. It's insanely difficult. It's like relatively easy to make a prototype and extremely difficult to mass manufacture that prototype or to mass manufacture a vehicle reliably and at scale. I mean, even for rockets, I'd say it's probably a factor of 10 harder to design the manufacturing system for a rocket than to design the rocket. And for cars, I'd say it's maybe 100 times harder to design the manufacturing system than to design the vehicle itself. That's what the Fremont, I don't mean to have it in black and white. It's like, it's not so long ago. They didn't even have color cameras back then. It was 2010. But it was very bleak. It's like, essentially, when we acquired the Fremont factory, which used to be called NUMMI, people sort of thought, oh, you've got a car factory. Now, if you have a car, they sort of think if you have a car factory, you can just make any car. It's like, no, that's like saying you've got a box. And that box can have anything you want in it. No, only if you make the thing in the box. Although we did get get a very good deal on the NUMMI factory, Toyota and General Motors actually took all of the good equipment out, and anything that was like so useless it wasn't even worth the scrap was left. So it literally looked like that, but in color. And it took an enormous amount of effort by a very talented team to actually turn essentially what looked like a derelict warehouse into a working car factory. Yeah. So, and in fact, like today, the Fremont factory, which is an enormous building, I think it's like the second or third biggest building in the world by footprint, is so dense, so densely packed with people and robots. Well, this picture has like robots, but there's 20,000 people that work at the Fremont factory across 4 or 5 shifts. So it's really a massive amount of people and robots. So it's like this giant cybernetic collective. So that was way harder than making the car, by far. I mean, it's worth noting, like the last time, at least in the U.S., the last time any car company achieved mass manufacturing was about 100 years ago. That is the last time, and then Tesla. It's literally that crazy. So, the issue is definitely not coming up with a car design. It is absolutely all about building the production system. You want to have a good product to build, but that's basically the easy part. Then the factory is the hard part. Then the challenge is like, okay, if we create a car factory, where the heck are the batteries and electric motors and power electronics going to come from? And that's where we need to say, okay, we better build something that's capable of 50 gigawatt hours at least of cell output, which at the time when we proposed the Gigafactory, I believe like total global output of lithium-ion batteries for all purposes, phones, laptops, certainly cars, anything, was about 30 gigawatt hours. So we're like, okay, well, just do the basic math. We need something we need 50 gigawatt hours. So we better have a real big factory, or there's no way. So, we were going to build it in California, but like it would have taken 2 years just to get the permits. So we built the Gigafactory in the amount of time it would have taken to get the permits in California. That's what the Gigafactory looked like in 2010. It was basically rocks and bushes, okay? And now this is what it looks like now. Yeah. So, and it's only about a third complete. So this when complete, I think it's about 4 or 5 times the size of the Pentagon. So it's kind of difficult to appreciate scale, but although it's really quite tall, it's like 70 feet tall. So the volume of it is just mind-blowing. It takes 2 hours just to walk around it. So, again, it's work of a tremendously talented team working like crazy, like tens of thousands of people to produce this factory. And today it produces more lithium-ion than the rest of the world combined. So. Now we're also building a factory in China, which I'm really excited about. As you can see, this very impressive. Very impressive. A large puddle. So when I was there in January, that's what it looked like when we did the groundbreaking ceremony, and this is what it looks like now, 3 months later. But this is what it will look like at the end of the year. So things are moving fast, and this will actually be, once it's complete, the equivalent of our Fremont car factory plus our Nevada battery gigafactory combined. Yeah, so it's integrating the two, which kind of makes sense. So we're really excited about this. We're a great team in China, and this is going to be really important for making affordable versions of the Model 3 and Model Y for the greater China market. And then, besides cars, we have some other things. So the solar roof and Powerwall. This is definitely going to be the year of the solar roof and Powerwall. Because of extreme challenges with the Model 3 production, we have to basically allocate all resources to Model 3 production because otherwise we're going to die. And so basically, it was pretty tight, I have to say. That was a hard one. I would say like 2018 was probably felt like aging 5 years in one. Honestly, it was really intense. So, thank you for supporting Tesla through this difficult period. Thank you. Yeah. But now that Model 3 production is going pretty well, we're going to finally allocate engineering attention to the solar roof as well as the solar retrofit. I'm pretty excited about both the solar tile roof and the solar retrofit and Powerwall. Part of the reason we couldn't make Powerwall is we couldn't make enough cells. So we had to either allocate cells to the car or to the Powerwall. And it was like, well, we've got to make the cars. So then Powerwall got cell star, basically. But 2019, so we are now going to ramp it up. And then PowerPack. So PowerPack is kind of like our industrial strength battery storage system. We did the biggest battery storage system in the world in Australia. And yeah, that was really super cool. And then we're doing one that's roughly a gigawatt-hour scale in California. So just in Southern California, right nearby, we're building a gigawatt-hour scale power pack. And so we expect this to ultimately be really critical for transitioning the world to sustainable energy. Obviously, you have to have sustainable energy production and sustainable energy consumption. So the sustainable energy production needs the solar panels plus the battery, because the sun doesn't shine at night, and then those electric cars. electric vehicles in general. Yeah. So, but I mean, the really exciting thing is if you have, with solar plus battery plus electric vehicles, we have a fully sustainable future. This is a future you can feel really excited and optimistic about. I think it really matters. Yeah. And then supercharging. So, the first, in 2010, we had 0 superchargers. So there was no, you couldn't really drive long distances with an electric car in 2010. So it was like, well, okay, we better have some high power chargers, otherwise it's going to be extremely inconvenient to drive long distances. So built into the Model S was a high voltage DC bypass directly to the pack, so you can just sort of mainline power right into the pack. And then nobody was building high power chargers, so like, okay, we better build these high power chargers because nobody's building them. And so we went from 0 superchargers to building a global network of superchargers. Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty nutty. Each one of those is a supercharging site. So supercharging team Tesla did an incredible job building a global network of superchargers that allow you to travel to a massive section of the world, basically anywhere in North America, almost anywhere in Europe, most places in China, not the Gobi Desert yet, but most places. We'll cover the Gobi Desert. We'll get there. And Saskatchewan, I swear to God, there is. I've specifically asked about the Saskatchewan supercharger, and I'm told it is under construction. So, absolutely, I've asked about it like twice. I'm told it's going to be completed soon, and then you will actually be able to drive across Canada. So yes, Hawaii. Kazakhstan. Actually, we have some great supporters in Kazakhstan. I think we probably we should have. We will build superchargers in Kazakhstan. There you heard it right here. Anyway, we're going to build a lot more superchargers, and we actually have version 3 of the supercharger that we just unveiled. And in fact, yeah. So the superchargers actually started out only at about 75 kilowatts, and now they're at, with version 3, 250 kilowatts, and we think probably can even go a little higher than that. And so if you've got a long-range Model 3, it's capable of charging at about 1,000 miles an hour or 1,600 kilometers an hour. Yeah. So and we have one working in the Bay Area, and then the one here at the design studio is also working as of tonight. So yeah. So we're going to be rolling out the version 3 supercharger throughout the world, just gradually upgrading the existing sites as well as adding new sites. So we did slow down the supercharger rollout a little bit because we wanted them to be version 3 instead of version 2. But now that we have version 3 running, and we're going to spool up production, and so you're going to have like a radical improvement in supercharging worldwide by sometime next year. Yeah. So in terms of where we are today, we got obviously the S3 and the X. We've made, I think, 550,000 vehicles, something like that. 12 months from now, we will have made about 1 million vehicles. So it's pretty wild to think that 11 years ago today, we had made literally 1 car, and a year from now, we will have made 1 million. Yeah. I mean, this is a testament to the incredible talent and effort of the people at Tesla. I'll just say thank you to people at Tesla. You guys are incredible. So, yeah, and 4 million tons of CO2 saved. In fact, with the 4 millionth ton, it just ticked over like an hour ago. So the 4 millionth ton just ticked over tonight. Yeah. So, just talking a bit about like, what were the thoughts back then? What were some of the comments? Let's see. The internet is forever. But this is a mere like taste. It was like I said, electric cars were considered extremely impossible and stupid, and in various forms. You're a fraud. Blah. Like okay, you can drive that fraud. Okay, and then now things have changed. Yeah. The goal of Tesla was literally this, is like, to what degree, in fact, when we created it, we're like, okay, the fundamental historic good of Tesla should be measured by the degree to which we accelerate the advent of sustainable energy and transport. And our goal all along has been to try to get the rest of the car industry to go electric. We did a joint venture thing with Toyota and with Mercedes. We open sourced our patents 3 or 4 years ago. Made them freely available, so it's extremely rewarding to see that the rest of the industry is going electric. This is great. So, and I was just wondering, like, where will Tesla be in 10 years? Mars. Exactly. We will be driving a Tesla on Mars. I think we could. I think we actually could. Okay. Tesla will be on Mars in 10 years. I think it will. So after that extended history lesson, what about the actual reason you came? Okay. There's a missing car. It starts with a Y, ends with a Y, and that's Y in the middle. Bring out the Model Y. All right. The Model Y. Yeah. So, like the 3, it will be extremely safe. So that you may know the Model 3 has the lowest probability of injury of any car ever tested by the U.S. government. The Model Y, we expect, will have a similar result. 5 stars in every category. With the battery pack low in the floor, it's going to have a very low center of gravity. So this will, it has the functionality of an SUV, but it will ride like a sports car. So this thing will be really tight in corners, and we expect it will be the safest mid-sized SUV in the world by far. And at Tesla, we actually always design with safety as the #1 goal. It's like people think, okay, performance, sure, but safety first. This is actually by far the most important thing. But it's also going to have incredible performance. So we expect to have 3.5 seconds 0 to 60. Yeah, it's good. And very low center of gravity, so great handling. It's testing out at a 0.23 drag coefficient, which is extremely good for an SUV. And in terms of range, 300 miles. Yeah. So we expect to have an EPA range of, an actual true usable range of 300 miles. So, yeah. Yeah. From an interior standpoint, it has a panoramic glass roof. And by the way, after I'm done here, you guys will be able to come up and like check out the car. So it's like, so it's going to have a panoramic glass roof. It like really feels like, just like the Model 3, if you're in the car, it just feels like you can see the sky. Seat 7, 66 cubic feet. Obviously autopilot and all that. As I've said publicly, we expect to be feature complete with self-driving sometime later this year. And then as we prove out the safety with billions of miles and kilometers, we will, from our standpoint, feel it's like safe enough to not pay attention and then get the regulatory approval sometime thereafter. But the cool thing is feature complete. Like it'll be able to do basically anything by the end of this year. Just with software upgrades, which is pretty cool. So the basically long-range one we expect to be about $47,000, and then sometime in 2021 we'll have the sort of standard version, which will have a $39,000 price point. So yeah. No, the 7 seats are optional. Yeah. Do you mean the liftgate? Yes. Okay. I mean, you never know. We might do better than this, but so it should be at least this good. So, so I think it's going to be very, really compelling. I'm confident that it'll be of any mid-size SUV, it'll be the one you want. Yeah, I think it'll probably sell. I think we'll probably do more Model Ys than X and 3 combined, most likely. Yeah. So, so there you have the sexy presentation. So, all right. Thank you all for coming. Those of you who are here and those of you who are watching, thank you very much for your support over the years. It's been, a hell of a ride. I love you too. I love you too. We are bringing sexy back quite literally. All right, thank you.
man. My motto in life, if you can't be the only one, try to be the first one. Never follow other people, create and walk your own path. My name is Regina Chen, founder of Autoneuf Media, the first and only automotive and lifestyle media platform in the Chinese language in Canada. Being able to travel, to explore the world, truly inspire me. Speed inspires me. The faster pace that I can get into, the more productivity that I can come out of it. I feel great every day when I wake up and know that something that I write might impact or inspire other people. My mom only have 2 words for me: work hard. Respect others, be honest, be flexible. These are my guiding principles, and I strongly believe this will help us through thick and thin situations in life. I have learned that being a female in the automotive leadership is that you have to get into the driver's seat and take charge. Stand up for yourself, stay true to yourself, and stick to your principles.
Sports car lovers rejoice. The next generation Toyota GR86 has arrived. Born from years of rigorous testing on the racetrack, few vehicles embody the excitement of driving as thoroughly as GR86. And this all-new version is cranking that mentality up to the max. With its endlessly energetic personality, it's no wonder GR86 has earned the stamp of approval from Akio Toyoda himself. He may be the president of the Toyota Motor Corporation, but when he puts on his racing helmet, he becomes Morizo, his alter ego as Toyota's lead master driver, and the only one who can decide if a vehicle deserves a Gazoo Racing Badge, or GR. Since GR86 now falls under Toyota's GR Performance brand, it sits right alongside the legendary GR Supra in the Toyota family. And within its own lineup, the new model will be offered in 2 grades, GR86 and GR86 Premium, both of which can be equipped with either a 6-speed manual or automatic transmission with paddle shifters. For GR86, performance is the name of the game, and this new generation takes a big step forward here. GR86 may already be known for its telepathic, impeccably balanced handling, and that's taken even further for this all-new generation, with improved aerodynamics and a chassis that's nearly 50% stiffer than before. That said, its new powertrain deserves time in the spotlight as well. This boxer engine remains naturally aspirated to make the most of its brilliant responsiveness, but it's now 2.4 liters in size, an increase of 20% over the previous generation. As a result, it now puts out 228 horsepower at 7,000 RPM, as well as 184 pound-feet of torque at just 3,700 RPM, an impressive 2,700 RPM sooner than before. Like the previous generation, either a 6-speed manual transmission or paddle-shifted 6-speed automatic transmission can be used to send power to the rear, where a Torsen limited slip differential helps ensure all that new torque finds its grip on the pavement as intended. All told, 0 to 60 times have been shaved down to just 6.1 seconds for manual models and 6.6 for automatics. All that being said, GR86's appetite for speed is kept in check through confidence-inspiring ventilated brakes, 11.6 inches up front and 11.4 in the rear. On the outside, GR86's new design radiates refined athletic performance with its optimal front-engine, rear-drive sports car proportions, low, wide, with a cabin set far back behind a long hood. And it takes this aggressive styling to the next level with an array of sporty design elements, like functional air inlets and brake cooling vents up front, available 18-inch wheels along the side, and a rear duckbill spoiler out back. But when it comes to premium exterior features, GR86 delivers here too, with a smart key system for easy vehicle access, and standard LED lighting that features an adaptive front lighting system on premium models. Unsurprisingly, GR86's cabin remains extremely driver-focused for its second generation. Case in point, the awesome new 3-mode digital instrumentation that offers different designs depending on whether it's in normal, sport, or track mode. Similarly, the front seats are made for action, with a deep bucket design with side bolsters to help keep driver and passenger supported during serious cornering. But that's not to say it's light on premium touches though, with leather-trimmed accents on the parking brake, shift boot, steering wheel for automatic models, and even the seating itself for the premium grade. Sports car or not though, GR86 still offers the practicality needed for daily driving. It comes with standard automatic climate control with a digital display, as well as a 2x2 seating arrangement that allows for passengers in back. In fact, those rear seats can be folded down to maximize 86's cargo capacity, enough for a full set of tires for track day in fact. GR86's tech story isn't all under the hood. Its interior offers loads of entertainment and connectivity, thanks to its 8-inch touchscreen audio system. This system features 2 USB ports, as well as standard compatibility for Apple CarPlay, which connects drivers to Apple Music, Maps, Messages, and other favorite apps from your iPhone. In addition, Android Auto compatibility makes it easy to stay connected to Android devices. Plus, there's also a standard 3-month SiriusXM All-Access trial subscription to more than 300 radio channels accessible throughout the country, as well as a range of seriously handy connected services subscriptions. For a vehicle geared towards performance driving, safety is critical. Like all modern Toyota vehicles, GR86 includes a star safety system, while automatic transmission models take it a step further with standard active safety systems like pre-collision system, lane departure alert with automatic high beams, and adaptive cruise control. Even in terms of passive safety, 86 now features 7 airbags, including a driver's knee airbag. With this 2022 model, the Toyota GR86 ushers in a new era of responsive, fun-to-drive performance. And this is all combined with Toyota's legendary quality and dependability. Great ownership value through services like the Toyota Care Maintenance Plan and a complimentary 1-year membership to the National Auto Sport Association, the same one offered to GR Supra owners that comes complete with a high-performance driving experience and discounted admission to NASA-sanctioned events. It's obvious how this GR86 is the sports car to beat for a whole new generation. Get behind the wheel yourself this fall.
Imagine the future. A future shaped by bold ideas and innovative technology. A place designed to make you the priority. To give you the space to be free and to see the world differently. A progressive inner sanctum. Digitized, optimized, personalized. An individual sphere for connections, recharging, creativity. First-class comfort and the luxury of shared experiences. A grand appearance, shaping the future of premium mobility. The Audi Grand Sphere concept. A high-class future.
Vorsprung heißt Digitalisierung, den nächsten Schritt gehen, den Kunden ins Fahrzeug mit reinnehmen und dort Erlebnisse schaffen.
Wenn ich das perfekt kombiniere, also praktisch das physische Erlebnis mit dem digitalen Erlebnis perfekt in Einklang bringe, dann ist es eine neue Kategorie von Erlebnis und damit das neue High-Class-Erlebnis.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu unserer Panel-Diskussion zum Thema Aufbruch in neue digitale Welten.
Wir wollen unseren Kundinnen und Kunden also exklusive, auch gut kuratierte Serviceangebote machen und ihnen damit das Leben erleichtern, denn das Auto wird zum Lebensraum.
Es wird einfach immer individueller und wir müssen jeden einzelnen Kunden genau mit dem adressieren, was er oder sie braucht.
Also was wir heute auf jeden Fall schon haben, ist die My Audi App. Das ist der Schlüssel im Prinzip, um das Fahrzeug zu individualisieren, die Funktionen vorzubereiten und zu nutzen. Und wir können, wenn der Kunde seine Zustimmung gibt, auch Datentransfer zum Händler machen, was dann für einen Servicefall einen Riesenvorteil darstellt.
Datensicherheit, oberstes Gebot, für uns super wichtig, das Vertrauen auch zu gewinnen, dass die Daten dort sicher sind.
Man kann gerade an dem Fahrzeug auch sehr schön sehen, wie mutig Audi eigentlich auch die Zukunft neu definiert. Und ich glaube, diesen Pioniergeist und diesen Mut, auch mal andere Wege zu gehen, den sollte Audi auf jeden Fall weiter kultivieren.
Ich schaue super positiv in die Zukunft. Zum einen haben wir hier schon heute fantastische elektrische Fahrzeuge auf der Straße, die man hier ja auch erleben kann. Aber wissend, was da noch alles in der Pipeline ist, stimmt mich extrem zuversichtlich und positiv. Und ich freue mich einfach sehr auf das, was da noch kommen wird. Und bin gespannt, wie das dann auch so ankommt.
Und damit lassen Sie uns bitte gemeinsam die Zukunft beschreiten. Sie wird digital, sie wird nachhaltig und sie wird Audi. Vielen Dank.
Einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Herzlich willkommen hier bei Audi in unserem House of Progress.
Let's talk about progress. Für mich bedeutet Vorsprung, dass wir alles dafür tun, dass wir wirksame Ergebnisse für Mensch und Umwelt erwirken können. Das heißt Nachhaltigkeit, ganzheitlich denken in der gesamten Wertschöpfungskette.
Für die Herstellung von einem Automobil braucht man sehr viel Energie und die Produkte, die hier stehen, sind CO2-neutral in der Bilanz hergestellt. Schon jetzt.
Wichtig ist ja, dass wenn wir Ressourcen einsetzen, dass wir das effizient und effektiv machen und uns auch als Unternehmen engagieren, Recycling-Kreisläufe zu schließen, dort wo es sinnvoll ist und einfach das sicherstellen, dass hochwertige Ressourcen in einem Kreislauf bleiben.
Ich bin ja für die Nachhaltigkeit in der Lieferkette verantwortlich und da haben wir wirklich so ein paar Themen, wo wir denken, da haben wir Meilensteine erreicht, die auch in der Industrie eine Strahlkraft haben.
Für e-tron haben wir über 100 PET-Flaschen eben im Recycling verbaut, in verschiedensten Teilen, angefangen von der Radlaufschale, auch bis hin zu Zierleisten im Innenraum und auch zum Sitzbezug.
This is what I like in Audi. This is what I like, when you start and you never stop.
We are all exposed to the dangers of climate change, and the time for action, of course, is immediate. I wouldn't be standing here today and working, proudly with Audi if I didn't fundamentally believe that this company is a market leader in this transformation to zero emission.
It was great listening to you, gentlemen. I hope you share this perception as well. So therefore, once again, thank you very much and enjoy the House of Progress.
Let's go. Scare me.
For me, it's like a perfect track car. It's a lot of fun. Very aggressive. It handles really well. It's very light.
It's a fantastic sports car. Sounds pretty amazing. I love it.
Familiar roads give memories to none. The roads I seek conceal untended. I seek adventure, while others seek peace. I lose my mind to find my soul. Vantage deserves to be driven.
All seem lost and may never be found. But how beautiful, beautiful tomorrow will be. Together side by side, hand in hand, side by side. How beautiful, tomorrow will be.
Really, really, really good. Seamless, great, awesome.
Is a rocket.
From the outside, you can really see that Aston Martin DNA in an SUV.
Firstly, just looking at the DBX, that was my first impression. Seeing it in person, looks really good.
Also, from the back of the car, you can see there is this like kind of vantage line in it.
The DBX, it's stylish. It looks luxury inside.
Oh, let's have a little look then.
Interior's nice. Switch on the engine.
It felt great driving the DBX really for the first time. I was smiling, I tell you that.
It's very nimble, very sporty really, and it hides its weight very well.
You know, it drives like a sports car.
Power was good, noise is good.
It was a great experience. I can explain a lot, but I think it's important that you go out there yourself and test drive it.
it's really how you lead your life that sets the most impressive examples. There are no shortcuts. A change of surroundings, a change of environment is always a new beginning. It's writing a new chapter, obviously, in my life, but I think in a lot of lives and all the people that are involved inside the team. Ultimately, you need to enjoy what you do. If you have that joy, then that joy can be expressed in many ways. It can be absolute silence when you're just focused. It can be being obsessed with preparation, trying to squeeze every single bit of information out of the engineers. The new chapter together with Aston Martin is right in front of me. You know, it's a new family that I'm joining, and there's a lot of excitement around. It's a big step, it's a new step and a new journey that we are together embarking on.
What is it? Something you hear, something you see. Desire you feel. Inexplicable. Irresistible. A new dimension. Created through tradition by Aston Martin.
Hi, I'm Marek Reitman. I'm Chief Creative Officer for Aston Martin, and I'm here to talk to you all about DBX, our brand new luxury SUV. The proportion is as much to do with the visual language as it is to do with the driving dynamics. So if we look at the front of DBX, you'll notice a very short front overhang because we've pushed the engine as far back as we could to almost create a front mid-engine layout. And that emphasizes the Aston Martin grille. This is probably the biggest Aston Martin grille we've ever developed because as the first SUV, we really wanted to show that it's an Aston Martin with a very, very typical form language to the grille. You'll notice the inflection, the Aston Martin feeling, the wrap of the grille, real aluminium extruded sections for the grille, so it's metal to touch, beautifully crafted. Again, we look at the badge, made by Vortons, enameled. You can also get this badge in a carbon fiber or an all black finish, but it's made as a piece of jewelry, handmade in the jewelry district. And lower down in the car, you'll see this carbon fiber splitter, which starts to take the air under the car and feeding some of the cooling for brakes and obviously radiator through the grille as well. We don't want built-up air pressure gathering at the front of the car, but we do need a hard cut-off point to ease the airflow down the side of the car. Here we have the daylight running light, and on the inside of the light is an air intake that relieves the high-pressure air built up and feeds it into the wheel arch and dissipates the air, so you're not getting that high-pressure build-up. You start to see a very typical Aston Martin feeling and shape to the headlamp. It has a character. All Aston Martins have a character. If we come down to the side of the car, you'll see it's got a traditional Aston Martin side strake, really telling you this is an Aston Martin. From every aspect, from the front, from the side, from the rear of the car, you'll see Aston Martin in its DNA. Diamond turned wheels and a 22-inch wheel with the black inner really emphasize, again, the precision nature of all the componentry that sit on DBX. Air out from the front wheel arch in terms of lift comes through this feature here, so we're taking that high pressure air away from the front wheel arch, giving again more stability for Matt and his team to make this car drive and ride incredibly well. If we come down to the lower area, you're looking for better airflow along the side, so it exits cleanly and you have much better aero count. We're also using the golden proportion, that 1/3 to 2/3 relationship. We're putting the car in shadow here so that your mind is really reading the upper part of the car in relation to the glass house, so you get that proportional relationship. Plus, it looks as though it's lifted off the ground and it's moving even when it's static. We use all the principles of design in the same way that we develop our sports cars, so it truly is the Aston Martin of SUVs. And as we come to the back of the DBX, it's really important to look at the aerodynamics that form the functionality and part of the design language at the back of the car, because the aerodynamics is integrated within the body form. You'll see the very, very typical Aston Martin flick and inflection, which reflects the grille shape at the front. So important because this ducktail actually provides several counts of downforce to keep the back of DBX very, very stable. And also uniquely, you'll notice no rear wiper, because a lot of the cleaning of the windscreen is done by this unique spoiler system that has a separated air function. So air attached to the screen, cleaning, and obviously air over the top of the spoiler, which helps again in counts of downforce to keep this car agile and perfectly poised on the road. Keeping the rear overhang short, obviously reducing the masses at the back of the car, both visually and through the weight at the back of the car as well, giving that very, very agile feel. But what it helps us to do is cut off the visual length of the car, so you get the appearance of something very, very sporting, and the muscularity around the rear arch as though the wheels are pushing their way through the body, all defined by that beautiful crease that goes from front to back of the car. And then obviously as we've come lower down the back of the car, all the way down to the rear diffused area, the rear diffuser, which is really important for aerodynamic functionality. And you see these carbon fiber vanes that help exit the air, but also keep the air in control. So Matt Becker and his team have every possibility to get this car to be as stable as it possibly can at speeds on the road. And of course, practicality in that boot volume, 632 litres. All of the technology in here to keep things stowed safely, the runners that sit down the side, again, real aluminium extrusions that sit there with all the fixing points, and 62 litres of volume hidden underneath the floor for anything that you want to keep safe, and then brushed aluminium so you protect the back of the car as you're loading things in. So you can see the brush lines again, hinting at that hand-built perfection. So as we come to the inside of DBX, you really start to see the true feeling of an Aston Martin. We know all about the proportion and the love of the exterior. This is about the sumptuous materials, the authenticity of the real metal parts, the glass switches, the real carbon fibers, the bridge of weir Scottish leather. You even get a really nice aroma from the leather on the inside of the car. The stitch detailing, everything on an Aston Martin is hand stitched together on the inside. The broguing that you see, that you would typically see in the fashion industry, in shoe design, and that beautiful combination of colours and materials and the harmony between them. That's what the inside of DBX is all about, and all of that with 5 people in mind. 2 6'4" people in the front, and in the rear, 3 6'4" people. So 5 people, my height, comfortably in DBX.
Hello, my name is Miles Nurmer. I'm the Director of Design for Aston Martin. I'd like to walk you around our latest special project, the V12 Speedster. As is the case with most of our cars, it's always best to start at the front. And I'd like to talk to you about some of the inspiration behind the car and also some of the features within it. And obviously every Aston Martin starts with its grille. This grille very much inspired by the probably greatest Aston Martin grille there's ever been, which is the DB5. But intertwined, we have lots of other little bits and feelings from other cars. And in fact, the car is peppered with sort of quite iconic parts and feelings from maybe what I'd call our greatest hits. So above the grille, we have an extra air vent. Now, this car has a unique platform, and we're very lucky with the way we build our cars in the fact that we have almost a modular system that allows us to take parts from other cars within the range to make something very special and very unique. V12 Speedster uses parts from the DBS, parts from Vantage, parts from DB11 Volante to make the car that you're seeing in front of you. Now, part of that is squeezing a V12 under what is quite a low bonnet for an Aston Martin. So we have this huge C-shaped clamshell at the front. We delete all the split lines wherever we can. And in fact, we use the split line to create an air vent to feed that V12 right at the front. In some ways it's inspired by DB5, but in other ways it's a very, very modern interpretation. But that low nose with that air scoop at the front gives the car immediately quite an attitude. Now, as well as that, we have these outboard air vents. This car needs a lot of cooling basically for the power that we're delivering to it. At the side of the car, we have a graphic somewhat inspired by 177, and actually you see here that the side strake feature is actually molded into the car. We took off some of the, in this instance, some of the jewelry, but we put in some very deep sculpture onto the side of the car. Just behind that, we have really these twin cockpits. And the car, obviously a major inspiration for this car was CC100, a show car that we did back in 2013. That had these twin cockpits and they're separated out with a bar running down the middle, which gives a very, very unique feeling. When you traveled in CC100, you had this incredible feeling inside of it with this bar quite high up in your vision that separated the cockpit between you and your passenger. So inside you will see our new lightweight carbon fiber seat with the padding and pretty well a unique interior for this car. We've had to move many of the elements because of the setup. No windscreen, this bar down the center, no side glass. A lot of the components are moved around inside the car. Along with the air vents, everything's supposed to give this sort of slightly jet fighter feel. And in the early prototypes, we've even used a sort of red tags, a sort of pull before flight feeling within that area. We've got these twin humps on the rear deck. Now, in this version, they actually have 2 clear windows on either side. Again, to give that jet fighter cockpit type feeling, we've done this. And in fact, below it is an area where you can keep your crash helmet. So when you've parked up, you can actually pop them in the back. The boot is the shut line for the boot for the trunk is very, very different to any of our cars. So very unique feature. Something really you'd see normally on a show car, not something that reaches production. But with these special projects, that is just always what we're striving to achieve. We've gone for twin exhaust, but central, and either side, giving this like catamaran feeling, are these diffusers. Above the exhaust, you have a beam rear wing. So you'll recognize the graphic, the Aston Martin moustache line that you'll see on the grille that's also echoed here in the rear lamp graphic. This time, underneath it, you've actually got an aero duct to actually help the airflow round the back of the car and give the car stability and downforce at speed.
Choose your rocket. Choose your crew. No, not this guy. Yes, you're in. Yeah. No, sorry. Definitely him. All right, buckle up. Choose your destination. Choose a pilot. Choose a launch pad. Choose 3, 2, 1. Choose out of orbit. Choose to relax. Why? Okay, you're the captain. Choose one small step. Choose your moon. Or what about choose your world? Choose the X1.
My name is Norihiko Harada. I am a chief designer in Zagato. I have been working for already 17 years in Zagato. People love so much cars. There must be some secret or magic, fascination of the cars.
My name is Karim Habib. I'm in charge of exterior design at BMW Cars. Architecture, say it's sort of my creative food, if you will, because I always look at it and it just feels like it's feeding me ideas and spirits. Driving is a certain activity you do consciously. It's not just going from A to B and not really thinking about it. And definitely for a BMW driver, or I'm sure most definitely for a Zagato driver, you do it because you do it consciously, you want to do it. The way as well BMW is more from an engineering background. It's sort of based around engineering and engines. Zagato has that history. It's based on airplane, on aeronautical engineering.
Yeah.
And I think you see it in the design. What other things are typically Zagato?
Spontaneity, or come up with an unusual solution without fear. then somehow turn it into a sort of aesthetical value. That's probably also, as you mentioned, it's some specialty of Zagato.
Proportion is, I think what makes it very, very much BMW, because it is this really short front overhang, this very long hood.
Engine's really
totally in the rear, yeah. Of course, the big wheels right on the edges. So very compact.
It has its own elegance.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
If we could apply some Zagato-ness to a BMW DNA.
Yeah. That sort of 1 + 1, it makes more than 2, and I think that's what happened with us.
And really, behind the metal skin, if someone can feel that passion,
that life that was put into it, I think it achieves that extra kind of depth to it.
The bonnet is really big. They made it out of 3 pieces of
oh yeah,
aluminum.
So it's welded as
well. Yeah. The biggest piece is center pieces, which is huge. That was amazing to see from just a single layer flat aluminum slowly start to curve and start to have a shape. And when I saw it, this time particularly, maybe because bonnet was one of the really difficult parts to create by hand. It's funny, but I was almost crying when I saw it. After that comes with the iron file.
Oh yeah.
And they have only 0.5 millimeter or maximum maybe 1 millimeter to make the surface smooth. All the craftsmen are the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to do it the way their body wants to do it. It's actually amazing how much effort we had to put to realize that paint.
So you have the black primer.
Yeah.
Then you have a silver, but non-metallic silver.
It's a liquid metal type of silver.
Okay. This is. And then you apply the red.
Transparent. So the more you apply red,
it becomes
deeper. So that made painter crazy.
But the color really turned out amazing.
If I can hear also other people, if they like it, that makes us really happy.
I also really hope that.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Nori. Thank you very much.
So finally, here it is, the 7th generation of BMW's 3 Series. Now, the overall exterior gives us a first look of BMW's new design language that will be rolled out across all coming models. The focus here clearly is on sportiness and athleticism. Just take the wide stance, for example. It's even further accentuated by the optical connection of the kidney and the headlights. And talking about headlights, they come with standard LED technology and an optional laser light upgrade for added visibility and safety. The 3-dimensional tail light now also features some dark glass on top, giving them a lower, more dynamic look. As part of the new design, some of the typical BMW hallmarks, such as the Hofmeister kink, have also undergone a modern yet respectful reinterpretation. And if you feel like making things even sportier, then the racetrack-inspired BMW M Performance parts, like the carbon fibre mirror caps, the front splitter, or the 20-inch M Performance wheels, are the perfect way to individualise your BMW at any stage. When you're in the driver's seat, the first thing you notice is the newly designed instrument cluster and centre display. It also now comes with gesture control. Another high-end feature is the reversing assistant, which comfortably navigates you out of narrow alleyways or parking spots. The 7th generation 3 Series also comes with the all-new BMW Intelligent Personal Assistant. Let me show you. Hey, BMW, what can you do for me?
I can control various functions for you.
It not only just controls functions for you, it learns your habits in order to control them just like you. BMW engineers have managed to improve the 3 Series yet again. The 4-cylinder engine goes from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in just 5.8 seconds. And the handling and steering feel like a huge jump from its predecessor. It has better traction, agility and stability in all driving situations. And there's the new, significantly larger head-up display, which makes sure you keep an eye on everything, as well as the road. Well, that brings this episode to an end. If you want to know more, then check out the other films about driving assist and connected features, M Performance parts, and the Intelligent Personal Assistant.